Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbing manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor John Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor John Bongat, asin ang kabos na miyembros kan sangguni ang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyop kan turos, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Uyan na Kapaskuhan sa mga harong nakabiritay ang paron, nakikiriman kiman mga ilaw na dekolo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikura. Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo digdi, regalo duman, hinahalat kan kaagian, dai masukol, nakaugmahan, dai malilingawan.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ang People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, as in desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asing konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang mga kali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongkat. Tarabangan ta pong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw ta pong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.
Malipot ang banggi at huyok kan duros, papaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya ito. Pagkamundag ni Jesu Cristo. durong antang ikanta.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguniang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyop kan duros, nagpapaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Kapaskuhan sa mga harong, nakabiritay-an paron, nakikiriman kiman mga ilaw na tekulo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman, mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikura. Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo duman, hinahalatkan kaakian, dai masukot, nakaugmahan, dai malilingawan.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Acta Republica 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asing konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bongat asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang, urugna ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon, asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot o rugna ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw, asin may rashes na ang
sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa, urug na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang familya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang familya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang familya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguni ang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyok kan duros, papaisip, dayaw na
Honorable Cecilia Bidias is present. Honorable Gregorio Arabunal present. Honorable Jose Serranyola absent. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro present. Honorable Mila S. Diraquid Arroyo present. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Celito S. A. Del Rosario present. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Rayan Cedric Girintoy present. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, that is a quorum.
The 71st regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Palansod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
Give us an understanding heart of the way we will please. Give us the foresight of the vision of Christ.
Give us the guidance and strength.
Give us the guidance and strength to the word of us. Give us the skill and knowledge of this moment. Finally, our Lord. Make us worthy of the servants who seek thee. Give me love and mighty honor. As I see the heart of the Lord.
Pambansang awit.
Ayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinila, tuyang ka ng mag-ibig sa manlulubi. Di ka pasisikin sa dagat at mundo, sa simula, sa langit mong buka. May nilagang tula at awit sa magdayang minamahal. Ang sap ng watarot mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang tuwin at araw niyang kailan may di magbibigay. Lupa ng araw ng walang habig pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng may mang-aapit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone? If none, we proceed.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with only one inclusion as item number 9 of the unfinished business with note by the City Mayor, please prioritize for ratification the Memorandum of Agreement between the City Government of Naga and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chair, with due consideration, as requested by the Honorable Julian Labadia, the letter from Mr. Ferdinand An, representative of LG Guider Philippines, under new business, Mr. Chair, item number 3 of the new business, the letter from the representative of LG Guider Philippines, the manufacturer and supplier of electric vehicle.
Okay. Any second? Same is approved. Next item.
Order of business. Special business order. The letter dated December 11, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor requesting for the passage of an ordinance reverting the amount of 32,370,000 pesos from the account of various offices for CNA and grant of economic amelioration.
Councilor Cecilia De Asis. Councilor Baldimoro.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair. The CNA, Mr. Chair, that will be received by the employees of the city government, may I ask if it is excluding the PEI?
Excluding what?
PEI?
The PEI is a separate item.
Yes. So it means, Mr. Chair, that aside from the CNA, the employees will still receive a PEI.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, Mr. Chairman, on the sources of fund. Under existing regulations, only 80% of whatever is the savings can be used for granting of the CNA. So, may I know whether those requests represent 80% or 100% of the savings?
Okay. So, in that case, we will have to check with the city budget officer.
Yes, yes.
The secretary is requested to require the attendance of the budget officer. For the meantime, we proceed to the next item.
Unfinished business, the letter dated October 13, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor submitting the proposed annual budget of the city for the year 2018 totaling 1,198,780,544.31.
The chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Councilor Cecilia De Asis. Come again?
It seems that this microphone Mr. Chairman, I have so many items.
So it's working already?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So no one is sabotaging your...
It seems.
Okay. So that's the first question.
I want to see the line item, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. So we better wait for the city budget officer to come.
Yes.
Okay.
And aside from that, Mr. Chair, I think I have at least 6 items that want to be clarified.
Okay. So can we do that later when the budget officer is around?
Thank
For
you,
the meantime,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to remind the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations that in the ordinance that we have just recently approved,
Any comment? May I know if each and every member of this body has received that document labeled Summary of SP Committee Action on Executive Budget 2018 that is attached to this document. It consists of 3 pages. And it appears that these are the matters that were considered during the committee hearing. Aside, of course, from the entire proposed budget. Apparently, this 3-page document represents some variations involving the items or matters therein stated. Okay. Going back to the point raised by Councilor Akid Arroyo. So you are referring to this? Are you expecting, Councilor Akid Arroyo, that this is to be complied with? Remember that the ordinance had just been approved, and its approval was done when we were already deliberating on the proposed 2018 annual budget.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's just a matter of presenting the committee report, Mr. Chair. Can you scroll up a little so that we will see the entirety? Okay, 1, 2, 3. I have raised that during the committee hearings, one of the committee hearings that I attended.
Okay.
And Mr. Frank specifically reminding Mr. Frank Mendoza, since he is the one assisting the committee, Mr. Chair.
In other words, this compliance with this requirement is supposed to be expected.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And that will in fact respond to the concern of the Honorable Rentoy, because that is a sort of a summary of the entire hearings that the committee should have conducted.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I understand the point of Councilor Miles, but considering, Mr. Chair, the very short time that we are giving or extending to the Budget Office and the Committee on Appropriations, during the deliberation of the proposed ordinance of Councilor Miles, it was my understanding, Mr. Chair, that it will be implemented the next budget year, because very short na po nga ni. Ini po, Mr. Chair, naintindihan ko po ni very methodological ini po ng approach sa ni 1, 2, 3. This will really empower yung mga NGOs and the public to understand fully our budget. But medyo tedious po ng process na ni, and probably this will tie up our budget officer at the same time functioning as the human resource officer. Baka po dahil hindi na mai-submit on time si proposed budget. Kaya sa iling ko po, Mr. Chair, if the good councilor would accede, siguro po baka mas mahihimay ta po ng maray, ma'am, baka sa next year. No?
Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
I am amenable, Mr. Chair, that would not be the presentation of the committee report, but at least the committee should be able to respond to questions relating to those things, because those are actually our guide. It's not for NGOs or others. It's primarily for us to be guided with the necessary information as should be contained in our budget. Like the first one, we should be able to compare previous budget years and the current year. Dapat garo may point kita for decision making. Number 2, ano si budget for personnel, ano si budget for MOOE, ano si budget for capital outlay. Expected measurable outputs. Maski siguro, Mr. Chair, mayo yan sa committee report, but those are the information that the committee should be able to respond to in terms of information that is needed by the Sangguniang members, because they are actually should be in the report of the committee. Baka dahil lang anong una ang presentation, arog kayan conform in that aspect. But I would be interested, because I will be asking points relating to those things. So
Okay.
I believe the committee should be able to
Okay.
respond.
May we know, either from the chairman of the Committee on Appropriations or from the city budget officer, if a commitment or a promise was made during the committee hearing as to compliance with this provision. We are suspending our rules of procedure. Councilor Diasis, Councilor Baldimoro, in that order. Okay. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chairman manifested,
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguni ang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyok kan duros. Papaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya to. Pagkamundag ni Jesu Cristo.
Okay. Session is now resumed. Councilor Diasis. Okay, the rules are suspended. Frank, please come forward. As to the three requirements stated in the just approved ordinance.
On the requirement number 1, comparative budget performance, we have generated such a document. In fact, that has been the guide of the members of the Appropriations Committee when they reviewed or when they heard the budget proposals of the different departments. That was prepared upon request of Councilor Greg Abunal. So I think we can provide that number 1. Number 2, budget comparison of the immediately preceding year.
Okay. Before you continue, you can provide as to the comparative budget performance within how many hours, how many days?
Madali lang po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The budget, that comparative document we can provide within the day. We have already prepared for the years 2014, 15, and 16. 17 is the current budget. So it is available. As to number 2, budget comparison of the immediately preceding year, the current year, and the proposed budget on the following areas, we need to extract that information insofar as human resource, MOE, and others are concerned.
Okay.
But I think
how many hours, how many days will you be needing to provide us the necessary information as to item number 2?
1 and 2, we can actually do it today. But the problem is that there are so many payrolls passing through our office, so the staff that is supposed to perform that task would be loaded with so many jobs today. We can do it during the weekend.
And the submission can be done Monday.
Monday.
You can do your work during the weekend. That is on the assumption that we don't have typhoon.
Yes.
We know that the landfall will be tomorrow, and necessarily we will be affected.
We will do it on the best effort, Mr. Chair. If we can finish it today.
For best effort, the submission can be made on Monday.
Today. This afternoon.
If not,
Monday.
That's for best effort.
Basta mayong kuyan, basta po mayong brownout.
So, in the absence of any brownout, you can submit Monday.
Yes.
But if there will be power interruption occasioned by typhoon or duha, you will need at least a day after
resumption.
Power resumption.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we are not being given the guarantee that by Tuesday, the desired information will be available. Okay. So that's for item number 2. What about item number 3?
Item number 3, that information is actually part of the submission to the Department of Budget and Management. It is, I think, contained in LBP Form 4, wherein each department is supposed to present their expected measurable output. But the presentation, Mr. Chair, is in accordance with the approved annual investment program. Now, the presumption is that our AIP is aligned with SDG and the CBMS. So the presentation would not be in accordance with SDG and CBMS, but in accordance with the approved AIP.
But what is being asked under the ordinance is in terms of SDGs and CBIMS. If we follow this, how many hours, how many days you will need?
If we go by the presumption that our annual investment program is aligned with the city development plan and the executive legislative agenda, and those documents are presumed, Mr. Chair, to be aligned with the Philippine Development Plan, again, which is presumed to be aligned with the SDG and CBMS, then we can say that the annual investment program is aligned with those SDG and CBMS. But as presented, the document would only show its alignment with the annual investment program.
Not with SDGs and CBIMS.
With the presumption that the AIP is aligned with those goals. It is not that I am insisting that we present it in accordance with the AIP, but that is the form required of us by the DBM, that the budget should include those expected measurable output, but the output should be extracted from the AIP, because it is presumed that the AIP is aligned with those goals.
So how many days will you be able to produce item number 3?
Exactly as
desired.
As desired.
Under the ordinance.
Monday.
Also Monday. Assuming there is no power interruption.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it would be expected measurable output in terms of SDG. SDG is similar to MDG. It's just lengthier document. What we would do is that for each goal, we will just put in the general programs indicated in the annual budget. So that is as far as we can go given the limited time that we have.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Yes. I think it will be very easy, Mr. Chair, because if we have, for example, the AIP has targets, right? So we will just add a column identifying what SDG is actually being addressed by this particular output. So, madaliin na lang kasi igwa na kita kayang mga sa AIPs.
Mr. Chair, but not the entire AIP is funded in the annual budget. I think one half or less than the amount indicated in the AIP is funded because it's a very large.
Less than half. Less than half. Because the AIP, the required funding is 536 million, whereas the available fund is only about 234.
Yes.
So it's less than half.
We can, Mr. Chair, we can probably indicate in the form, LBP form 4 or form 5, another column just putting what particular SDG goal is being served, if that would suffice.
Okay. Okay. So according to our budget officer, for the 3 items under our ordinance, if there will be no power interruption, the same can be submitted no later than Monday. But if power interruption occurs, then another day will be required for the purpose. Yes, but we will have to consider also other matter. Okay? So, what's the pleasure of this body? We cannot proceed. We cannot approve our 2018 annual budget without those data. Okay. Although I was thinking actually when we approved the ordinance that its implementation will have to be made in the succeeding budget year. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Actually, that is not an issue, Mr. Chair, because these are information that I, for example, would really actually require so that I can decide on the matter being presented, which is approval of the 2018 budget. So if those information, in fact, those information should be available, and it's really just like number 2, it's just a matter of summarizing them, Mr. Chair. I think only number 3 would require additional work, which is indicating what goal is being addressed by a particular target output, which will be done, I think, easily also. So if those information are available, so that, for example, when I ask, then the committee can respond accordingly. Like I said, those are information that must be available to the committee. It's just a matter of presenting them. Maybe, Mr. Chair, we can move to the clarification of the Honorable Del Castillo. So that even if we finish the deliberation today or not, then at least we have already clarified some things that he wishes to clarify. And so with this representation, Mr. Chair.
Actually, I do not have any objection as to the compliance with the 3 requirements, but I am apprehensive for possible lack of material time. We may be constrained if we really want to approve the proposed 2018 annual budget. Should the City Budget Office fail to submit to us the required information, the required document, then we may not do that by Tuesday. That's my only apprehension. But it's up to you if you insist on compliance with the requirements. We can call probably for another session if that is needed. According to the budget officer, best effort Monday. But what if there is damage occasioned by Typhoon Orduha? If there is power interruption, he will not be able to submit the requirement by Monday. So, Councilor Biasis and then Councilor Akid Arroyo.
We approved the budget, but only anyway, it's already during the budget deliberation, the City Budget Officer answered all the questions about except for the SPP that
So, would you give in to the request of your BFF, Councilor Akid Arroyo?
200.
200 pieces.
And Downey. And erase. Mr. Chair, like what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, halimbawa maghapot ngayon ako kasi ma-deliberate kita, di ba, ang budget. So mahapot ako. How many Plantelia positions are occupied by our employees right now? Available man yan, di ba, masisimbag man. So there's actually no problem, Mr. Chair. Only that, dahil siya nakalaag sa written report ng committee, which I think we can do away for this year.
Okay.
But the information must be available. Of course, I will not be asking on number 3 because that will need to be prepared actually.
Okay.
But those 1 and 2 should be available.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Akid Arroyo. So, we will now proceed to the questions according to Councilor Del Castillo. If it is all right that we go back to item number 1. Item number 1 first. Yes. Oh. CNA. Okay. So, item number 1 of SBO.
An ordinance reverting the amount of 32,370,000 from the account of various offices for CNA and grant of economic amelioration.
Frank, earlier, Councilor Buddy Del Castillo has raised a question with respect to certain limitation. Kindly restate the question, Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my query, Mr. Chair, is with regards to the sources of fund. Because under existing regulation for granting of CNA, only 80% of the savings from certain items, not all items under MOE, can be a source of the fund for the grant of this incentive under the CNA. So, my query is that amount as requested only represents 80% of
the savings.
The savings of the items authorized to be the source of fund for CNA.
So we have actually 2 questions. Number 1, are these sources those only authorized
Yes.
under our existing rule? Can you respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. Does the amount therein indicated represent only 80% of the total savings?
We have not computed the percentage because the budget circular authorizing CNA has no such provision.
Well, Councilor Del Castillo is telling us that there is a limitation. We can only make use 80% of the savings.
80%.
I am assuming that you have a legal basis for that, for telling us that only 80% can be used?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In the national government, you can...
Under?
A budget circular issued by DBM, which is being followed not only by the by local government units, but also by national government agencies, provides that only not more than 80% of whatever savings of those authorized items can be used for the grant of the CNA.
Okay. For the record, what is the number of the budget circular?
I cannot remember the number of the circular, but that is being followed under national government agencies in the grant of the CNA.
Okay. Now, Frank, you are actually telling us that the amounts indicated herein are the total amounts?
No.
As savings for each and every items?
No. There are still balances. So, not the entire amount of all the items were utilized for CNA.
So, how much is the total savings?
Total savings as of yesterday, net of this request, there would still be around no less than 60 million in our annual budget.
For MOE only? We are referring to MOE.
Roughly that same amount, Mr. Chair.
60?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if that is the case, then this is obviously less than 50%.
Yes, that's the very reason why I'm inquiring on the sources.
Okay.
And for the record, the budget officer mentioned that aside from this request, there is still around 60 or 50? 60 savings of all appropriations for 2017. Then I will yield.
I think that 60 is only for MOE.
MOE only.
MOE
Yeah.
only. Is that right, Frank?
As of 5 p.m. yesterday.
Okay.
So with that information, Mr. Chair, I believe it is more than sufficient to answer my query.
Okay. In which case, we are approving item number 1 on joint and collective motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, we proceed to item number 1, unfinished business. Councilor Greg Abonal, still in this item?
Yes. Mr. Chair, the figure we see before us should tell us that indeed we have lots of unused funds year after year after year. Kailan daw po ako, Mr. Chair, natatakot pag nagbabudget, pag nagpaparaharagan ng kadagdagan dahil di man nga ni nagkakaurubos. And I think that's what happens to our budgeting. Napapako ang pundo dahil nakabudget sa sarong bagay na dahil man nga ni nagagamit. Take a look, this is the end of the year and we can afford by more than 32 million, may standby pa daang 60. In fact, what was our surplus last year? Nasa 70 from savings. Ito kinuruan na kaniyong mga bonuses and everything else. Year after year, our surplus increases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal. That manifestation is duly noted. We proceed to item number 1 of unfinished business. In particular, on the questions that will be asked by Councilor Del Castillo. Please proceed whenever ready, Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, first, I want to see as a line item the appropriation for the implementation of the third tranche of the salary standardization law 4. Under what office and what's the nomenclature of the appropriation?
Initially, we have the plan of the budget office in consonance with the directive of the regional office of the DBM was not to include the budget for the third tranche in this proposed annual budget. But later, just to make sure that we have fund and in compliance with the desire of Councilor Del Castillo, we included 18 million under personal benefit fund sa SBA. So that 18 million would assure us that we have funds for the implementation of SSL3.
Why is it that the required amount not yet forming part of the supposed PS for 2018?
While we do not, including me, I do not also agree. We do not agree with the position of the DBM that that third tranche should not be included in the PS. But considering that they are the ones who review, we have to follow. So we have not included the third tranche in the PS. We have placed it in a separate lump sum amount under SPA.
Okay.
Even that is in danger. But ilingon ta na lang kung anong gibonin da.
Okay.
So my query, Mr. Chair, is first before that. Actually, I am the one who suggested that we provide a lump sum appropriation under the caption miscellaneous personnel benefit fund, just to ensure the implementation of the third tranche.
Okay, and that is already done. That is already done.
Yes, that's why I'm asking what office does that appropriation belong? That 18 million pesos.
That is placed under SPA.
Under what office?
The general SPA.
Can we go to that particular page, Mr. Chair, so that the members can be enlightened as to that particular appropriation.
Okay. Frank, kindly lead us to the particular portion of the proposed budget.
Ini bagus.
Can I request Mr. Jess Del Villar to be called to the room?
So with that, Mr. Chair, can we temporarily defer?
Okay. We defer our discussion of item number 1. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in line with my query a while ago regarding the PEI. May I know, Mr. Chair, if there is a need a legislation on granting the PEI, or is it included in the annual budget?
Who can respond to that query?
The City Budget Officer.
Frank? About the PEI, the question is whether or not there is a need for a further legislation.
The amount for PI is included already in the annual budget as originally approved.
2017.
2017.
Okay.
Considering that it is a recurring grant to employees.
Okay.
May I know, Mr. Chair, the amount?
5,000 multiplied by 1,222 employees.
So the job order is not included, Mr. Chair.
Job order is not included.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. By the way, Frank, insofar as CNA, what is the maximum amount that can be granted?
25,000 under Budget Circular 2017-3 issued last month.
Meaning no higher amount can be given for the purpose. That is already the maximum.
Yes.
By next year, we cannot grant 26,000.
It would depend whether the ceiling would be increased under a new circular. But as per existing circular, and even in the past, it's only 25,000.
25. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we proceed to the next item.
The letter dated December 13, 2017 of Ms. Sheila Margarita Durante, Administrative Officer 1, School Division's Office, submitting the list of permanent teachers and non-teaching personnel for the purpose of city allowance.
Where is this needed? Can we refer this to the accounting office or treasurer's office? Councilor Greg Abonal.
I was going to ask the budget officer whether or not the request made for purposes of COLA or allowances for DepEd already covered the whole year or only for the first semester. We know that what happened was the charging used to be with SEF, but that has been changed and it has gone to the general fund. We don't know why DepEd is submitting this list.
Okay. Apparently, this is compliance with Ordinance Number 2017-083. This is a condition requirement. under the said ordinance. DepEd was being required by us to submit the list.
Is that for the whole year already or just for the first 2 quarters?
Councilor Del Castillo?
In answer to the query of the Honorable Abunal, Mr. Chair, that covers the allowance up to the end of the year, as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that is so, then we're satisfied, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we take note of item number 2 as compliance with the requirement provided under the ordinance. Let us proceed to the next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion and Honorable Councilor Elmer Baltimoro, amending the revised solo parents ordinance, creating a solo parents office, defining its functions, providing for personnel complement and program guidelines, allocating funds for its operation and for other purposes.
Councilor Elmer Baltimoro.
Ordinance amending the revised solo parent ordinance, and another, Mr. Chair, is the definition of the age of children as requested by the Federation to 21, but we stick on the definition of the age of the children to 18. So yan man lang po itong changes, but the main revision of the mandatory provision of the proposed ordinance is the incentive award to honor student. So as we all know, Mr. Chair, na ang DepEd ngunyan mayo na po itong valedictorian, salutatorian. Ang yaon na po ngunyan is with highest honors, with high honors and honors. So and was already discussed. So presented in this chamber today, Mr. Chair, is the final draft of the ordinance containing the title and the age of the children. So may I move, Mr. Chair, for the approval of the proposed amendatory ordinance.
Any second? Without objection? Councilor Akid Arroyo, Councilor Del Castillo, and then Councilor Abonal.
I must admit, Mr. Chair, that I have not thoroughly read the proposed amendments, but may I know if part of the incentive for lower levels, meaning non-college yet, is a scholarship? Is that part of the incentive, scholarship?
No. It is separate, Mr. Chair. The scholarship is separate from the incentive. So in this incentive for the honor student, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So when they are honor students, do we support them with scholarship when they move up?
It will depend if they qualified on the scholarship requirement, Mr. Chair.
So it's not an automatic thing. They will.
No, it is not automatic. They will undergo the usual selection or process conducted by the ESO.
Because maybe that could be one of our incentives, but I think that can be passed separately. I think that doesn't affect this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Akid Arroyo. Councilor Salvador Del Castillo, and then Councilor Abonal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, my query is on the setup itself. Because during the committee hearing, if I remember it right, this representation is suggesting that instead of a separate office, it's just be a division under the CSWD. It should not be a separate office, but only a division at the City Social Welfare and Development Office. That's basically my query.
Councilor Ballimoro, I think it's in section 13.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At present, it is an office, but under the CSWD. So, maybe the category, Mr. Chair, it is a division. However, it was called solo parent office. Although the category is a division, since at present, it is under the CSWD. The office of the solo parent is under the CSWD. But it is called an office.
Councilor Del Castillo. It's called an office, but it's under the CSWD. Just like OSCA, just like PDAW. These are three special sectors.
Anyway, we have to really give it directly to the acting human resource management of and I believe that might be the answer that
Okay.
right pricing effort
Okay. 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 Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Sir Chairman, if we go back to the incentives given, I think that what occasioned the change was because of the changes in the nomenclature of honor students in the...
That's correct.
But it might be safe. I'm not moving for any amendment now, but it might be safe to simply indicate the honors team. Pwede tabing ibaba? Team? Sa mga incentives tabi? Yeah. In the case of grade 6, 10, and 12, these are now the terms used with highest honors. Used to be valedictorian, salutatorian. It might be, for our record, safe to simply say na yung with highest honors would be one that is ranked 1, ranked 2, ranked 3, things like that. So that even if they change the titles from valedictorian to highest honors, etc., the same would still be applicable. We used to do that, Mr. Chair, in the school when we simply ask for the rank, not the honors. Secondly, I have a question on yung summa cum laude. Paano kung 10 yung summa cum laude, then they will all be given that. It's not according, sa college po, it's not according to rank. That's what we're saying there. Tabi sa college. I think what is meant is the honor received, not the rank. But when it comes to the lower levels, senior high, down to elementary, it's really the rank that we mean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I just also be clarified, Councilor Greg Abonal, and for those who are probably conversant about the grading or ranking system of the Department of Education, somebody told me that as many numbers of students can be given that highest honors for as long as certain grades are obtained, meaning unlike the previous system where only 1 or 2 could become valedictorian, salutatorian, but in this particular system apparently there can be even as 10 or 20 students, grade 10 students or grade 12 students of the same high school obtaining that highest honors for as long as certain grades are obtained.
Yeah, that's easily applicable and is actually done in the college level, Mr. Chair. Meaning, 1 or 2 or even more can be summa cum laude because they maintain the grade that is the level for such an award. But in the case of secondary, even senior high, I suppose, and grade school, I suppose with highest honors belongs to not so many. There have been in the past cases, at least in the school that I came from, where you can have an ex-aequo. I'm not sure about the regulation now, but schools were, by DepEd regulation, schools were permitted to grant ties so long as the grade difference is 0.5, is within the range of 0.5. That is why we were able to grant valedictorian ex-aequo or salutatorian ex-aequo, meaning 2 or 3 or more. I do not know exactly what now applies, but I think from the very term with highest honors, with high honors, etc., the same can be given to as many students. Ang sa atin lang, it might be safe as I said, for our records to interpret with highest honors to one who is ranked number 1, with high honors to one who is ranked number 2, with honors to whatever.
The problem though is when we are presented the corresponding certification coming from the school, where in one where for instance there are 5 obtaining with high honors. So which one is to be considered rank 1, 2, and 3?
I suppose, Mr. Chair, the spirit behind the ordinance is to grant incentives to those who deserve such, regardless of terminologies that now apply. So kung may 10 nga naman na with high honors, give them all the incentives.
All of them
yes.
are to be given?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you, Councilor Abonal. Councilor Elmer Ballimoro and then Councilor Del Rosario.
In response, Mr. Chair, to the proposal of the Honorable Abonal, dati po ba kaya, Mr. Chair, pag grade level, first honor, second honor, up to the 10th, pag grade 6 man, valedictorian, salutatorian, honorable mention. On the new honor system of the DepEd, Mr. Chair, iba na ngun yan. Ang with honors po, all pupils na igwang average of at least 90 and no grade lower than 85 in all subject, with honors po siya, regardless of how many student. And ang with high honors, Mr. Chair, average of at least 95 and no grade lower than 87 in all subject. So maski pira yan, a-awardan sindang with high honors. And with highest honors, all those pupil with an average of at least 98%, 98 and no grade lower than 90. So na po ngunya ning number 1, number 2, dahil gabos po on the awarding ceremony, mine-mention lang with highest honors, with high honors, and with honors. Regardless po kung pirang number of student yan, for as long as they are get the required average. So baka po magka-problema kita kung malag pa kitang with ranking. Dahil ang isasubmit man lang sa tuya kayan on claiming is the certificate with honors, with high honors, and with highest honors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Elmer Ballimoro. Before you, Councilor Lito, my apologies. It was actually Councilor Rentoy who was first in raising his hand.
My concern is with regard to the definition of children. I believe it should be worded as below 18, not more than 18. Because when you mean more than 18, the person has already step into the age of matrimony because we think your children should be below 18 na more than
That's what is stated in the ordinance.
Yes, pero pag sinabi na kaya not more than 18, gusto sabihin nagtutong na siya sa 18 edad, kaibahan na sa 18. Pero pag sinabi ng children, dapat below 18, dahil pa siya na 18.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My apology. The definition of children is below 18 years of age. Na-kwet lang po dahil pick change ko lang itong 18 to 21 to 18. But the definition for the children is below 18 years of age.
Okay. So we will have to modify this for the record. I think this paragraph should now read
Unemployed and below 18 years of
age or
even
if 18 or over, etc. Okay.
My other concern is with regard to the qualification of those who will be entitled to incentives. If my recollection is correct, this representation manifested during the year that we remove the limitation that we only provide incentives to those honor pupils, only to those indigent students. Kasi dahil nagkasaalan ka siya, ang system din achiever siya, pero ako siya ng indigent. So dapat tawag ka siya ng incentive, na nag-a-achieve sa loob ng eskwela. We will remove it already in this revised copy.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Baldemoro?
Yes, I remember, Mr. Chair, that it was agreed during the committee hearing to remove the word indigent. So, all those, even those not children of indigent solo parents may avail of this incentive since pinagalan man niyang kang aki, dahil niya man kasala na bako siyang indigent to receive this incentive.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Rian Rintoy. Councilor Del Castillo?
Just a query, Mr. Chairman. So this grant only applies to children of solo parents.
Correct.
Dahil daw kita magka-problema, Mr. Chair, baka masabi na class legislation because we are just granting this benefit to the children of solo parent. Igwaman mga aki ning maski may ama pa, may ina pa, pero kung minsan mas maray pangani si kamugtakang kan mga solo parent.
Yes, Councilor Abonel.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Chairman, but it seems to me that we grant similar incentives to children of Sanggawadan parents. In other words, it's not exclusive to solo parents. Mayroon din pang Sanggawadan. I'm not too sure about Queen parents.
There is none. For the incentive scheme, there is none for Queen.
Yeah. Just to respond to that kind of concern, Mr. Chairman, this might be a signal for us to grant incentive to other groups of parents. I mean, other groups of students.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro?
Mr. Chair, maybe we could make another ordinance for that, but this ordinance is for the solo parent.
Okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.?
I would like to manifest my full support to the ordinance, Mr. Chairman. But in line with the thinking of the Honorable Badong del Castillo and through the response of the Honorable Elmer Baldemoro that he will be making another ordinance, I fully support this ordinance, Mr. Chairman, for the approval.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr. Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Councilor Del Castillo has a point, but I think to respond to that concern, I think we should rephrase that the award is actually not being given to the child, but to the solo parent. Kumbaga, achievement kang solo parent kung ang mga aki niya naka-honor. Otherwise, kung ang point na kaya is nag-honor si aki, dapat gabos ng mga aki tataonan ta pag nag-honor. Iyan ang, kumbaga, iyan ang essence. So, mayong basis para piliin si nag-honor na solo parent. Ang basis na is dahil performance ito kang si solo parent, no? Pigsakripisyuhan niyang maray and therefore pigre-recognize ta. So baka i-reward na lang tabi Councilor Elmer.
Pero this is supposed to be an incentive for the performance of the students. The students as children of solo parents. Well, you may have your own opinion on the matter as to it being considered a class legislation, but I have a different opinion on it. We have a law, for instance, involving senior citizens. We have a law involving persons with disability. And we have also a national law involving solo parents. And never were they declared as invalid for being a class legislation. At any rate, I am ready to risk it being declared a class legislation. And I am willing even to defend it before the appropriate court if somebody questions its validity. But if we can allow its passage. Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. Although sa part ko po, Mr. Chair, medyo kasi ko pong kaya mga solo parents na minsan napabayaan man si mga aki. Kaya si Aki naging outstanding sa pagsikap niya. At the same time, ikaw po mga solo parents na napakaray si din, napakaray man si Aki. So, siguro pag ano na lang, pagbalansin na lang. Dumala po sa mga incentive sa mga awards po grade 6. Grade, ano to? Grade 6. Ano sir?
Actually, for all grade levels.
Grade 6, 10, and 12. So, dahil po dyan itong, mayroon po kita dyan award na itong yung, for meritorious deeds, Councilor Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. Award for Excellence. Special.
This is for academic excellence.
Okay.
Okay. There is one item under school fees, Councilor Baldimoro, that I noticed in the light of our approval of the amount of fees for Philippine National Red Cross. We already increased it to 60. What is stated in the ordinance is 35. Although I understand by approving that ordinance, this is also considered amended. So this should become 60. Okay. So with these modifications, can we approve this on second reading? Councilor Baldimoro?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr.
We go back to item number 1. Ay, no. Councilor Del Castillo?
I talked to the budget officer together with Mr. Del Villar.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. Chair, maayo pa talaga na i-translate si itong proposed appropriation duman sa prescribed form.
Aha.
Mayo pa.
In which case?
So we cannot yet approve the budget now.
Okay. We may not yet approve it, but we can probably proceed with the deliberation, especially on certain matters where you have some questions.
Yes. Pag nag-abot na Mr. Chair na yaw na si mga
sa kanila.
Mga pigahagan na itong prescribed form nailaog na naman sa prescribed form, then maybe we can proceed with the delivery.
So when do we expect the submission of the proposed 2018 annual budget in the prescribed form?
I don't know with the budget office.
If we want it approved by Tuesday, we should be able to receive that document no later than 5 o'clock. Okay? Unless we are approving it next year. Okay? So, what is the pleasure of this body? We leave first item number 1 and proceed to item number 4. Okay, item number 4.
The proposed ordinance of Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo prescribing the rental rate for the lease of spaces at the GMR Coliseum.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chairman, this matter was part of the report of the Committee on City Properties. And some members of the body requested for deferment in the approval of this during the first time that this was deliberated upon. But with the, I believe that sufficient time was already given to the members of the body to study this proposal. And this proposal was lifted from the recommendation of the four-man committee created by the Office of the Mayor to study the rates that will be, the rental rate that will be imposed for the use of the GMR Coliseum. I just want to add a praise, Mr. Chairman, under letter, section 1, letter A and B, that it should read as for institutional use or purposes 150 pesos per square meter per month. And so with letter B, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
To be more precise about it.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Now, may I please invite your attention to item number 9. Item number 9 of the unfinished business. This is the Memorandum of Agreement between the City Government of Naga and the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is already duly signed by the City Mayor. With a request from the Mayor to prioritize this for ratification. Likewise, it appears that this was already duly notarized. Please take a look at the rental rate. At the rental rate therein is stated. Section 3. The rental rate is only 85 pesos per month, per square meter per month. Councilor Greg Abunal, Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chair, that is scheduled for a later thing, and it appears to be contradictory to what the committee actually decided. So, can we take this up when its time comes? Meanwhile, we act on the ordinance proposed by Councilor Del Castillo.
I invited your attention to this because it is related to item number 4.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but as I said, that is not the amount that the committee actually acted on.
Okay.
So that can be taken up later, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo?
Actually, Mr. Chair, with this item, I believe that we should put the horse ahead of the cart. We first approve the ordinance, and whatever agreement that the city will enter into for the use of the Coliseum should be in accordance with the approved ordinance.
So necessarily, if we approve the proposed ordinance, we will have to deny ratification of item number 9.
It follows, Mr. Chairman, because this is not in accordance with what we agreed during the committee hearing.
Okay.
We told the officers of the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry that the rate should be in accordance with what will be approved by the Sangguniang Panlunsod.
Okay.
And they have no choice but to follow the approval of this body.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario?
Mr. Chair, hindi po sa pag-execute na ning MOA, ano yan? Sali ko po, this was done in good faith man, kasi may pa mga kitang ordinansa. So, aprobalan pa lang yan sa ordinansa. And probably, we can return this back to the proponent, Office of the Mayor and the Metro Naga Chamber. Kasi di pa manida talaga aram, kumpira talaga. So, yun ang pigbogtak nila dyan, si initial agreement. So, upon approval of the ordinance today, kung ma-approve na, I agree with the proposal, then siguro, paisiyon tasindan na iwan na kitang bagong ordinance.
I understand that as early as November, the executive department had submitted to us its recommended rates in the subject property. So the presumption is that there is knowledge to such. Okay, but there may be some reason why that was the amount indicated in the memorandum of agreement. Can we take a break? Can we take a break?
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan Sangguniang Panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan Sangguniang Panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Dayauna, yauna, ang hinahalat niya to. Pagkamundag ni Jesu Kristo. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa mga harong, nakabiritay-an paron. Nagkikiriman kiman mga ilaw na tekulo, lakaw digdi, lakaw duman, mga aking nangangarot. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikurahaw. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan sa irisay, ang sa tuyang tatawan. Regalo digdi, regalo naman, hinahalagan kaagian, dai masukol, nakaugmahan, dai malilinguan. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikurahaw. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, ang sa tuyang ikurahaw. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, sa tuyang ikanta. Durong antang ikanta.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, as in desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Rugid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasuro kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na maining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, Takopan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ika-6, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ika-7, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ika-8, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor John Bongkat. Parabangan ta pong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw ta pong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongkat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Nagas being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP, health, housing and the urban poor, education, arts, culture and sports development, livelihood, employment and human development, peace and order and public safety, cleanliness and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the city government of Naga, thank you very much to the city government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the city of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the city of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang gabos na miyembros kan sangguni ang panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyok ang duros, papaisip na yaon na ang hinahalat niya ito. Pagkamundag ni Jesu Cristo. Uyan na naman ang Kapaskuhan.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasuro kan namamanwaan. Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang mga kali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongkat. Tarabangan tapong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw tapong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Helang malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city. The latest of which, among others, is Nagas being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership graced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP: health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first 4 royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believed in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the girl I used to be.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbing manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang familya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang familya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang familya asin kan sangguni ang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor John Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Another, Mr. Chair, item number 3 of the special business or order is the resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of the late Mr. Fred Perdon. And also, Mr. Chair, as requested by the Honorable Labadia, the item number 3 of the new business, the letter from the electric letter of Ferdinand and be transfer item number 4 of the special business or order. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved. We go back to item number 2 of the SBO.
The letter dated December 14, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor requesting for a declaration as economic enterprise, the Naga City People's Mall, the City Abattoir, the Bicol Central Station, the City Hospital, the Our Lady of Lourdes Infirmary, and City College of Naga.
Any comment on this? Councilor Greg Abonal, Councilor Del Castillo.
There are requirements for declaration of economic enterprises.
Okay.
And I suspect those requirements are not included in the request.
So we will require submission of those requirements.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think one of them is in fact a feasibility study good for 5 years.
Okay.
I don't think we have any of those.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, you cannot just declare any economic enterprise status unless it is supported by what Councilor mentioned, the business plan for 5 years, showing the operation.
Okay.
The operation of the economic enterprise. And second, an economic enterprise should be earn money for the individual. So with that lacking document, I hope that we refer the matter to the Committee on Economic Enterprise. Trading, economic enterprise and trading.
Okay. So this item is referred to that committee with instruction to the Secretary to request the City Mayor to provide us the requirements. Next item.
Condolence to the bereaved family of the late Mr. Perdon.
On joint and collective motion, same is approved. Next item.
The letter from Mr. Tan with respect to electric vehicles.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have requested the committee on transport to consider the letter, Mr. Chairman, considering we will authorize them to conduct 90 days experimentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So, mostly of the members of the committee has agreed that mostly, Mr. Chairman, I can say all, that
Please make the motion.
Amen, Mr. Chairman, that we grant Mr. Ferdinand that we guide the Philippines for a 90 days experimentation.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. 5. Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, today, may observation na because tayo mga nahingan yung meet council we'll be granting a 90-day dry run or pero yan tayo ang lumit yan ang nagulay sa nata ang lumit o mahalo pa siguro anyway may nag-take na with tama ko but kung dapat sila kung sa resolution na sa usong na provision before we start of the test run dapat ibayin sa committee ng transport ang mga unit.
So with that condition, okay. Councilor Sanchez Jr. and then Councilor Del Rosario. Five. Just like the other requesting parties. Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. I said the Senator we have yet to see the links that are being presented for Nestlana. Second, Mr. Chair, the letter was addressed to the City Mayor. I was endorsed by the City Mayor going to the enterprise. Pero anyway,
Okay. With the condition propounded. Next item.
The proposed ordinance prohibiting the sneaking in, smuggling of contraband in the Naga City District Jail and imposing penalties for violations thereof.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Before that, I can say, I believe before we declare the proposed ordinance setting the rental rate at the museum is being...
Yes. Okay. So we go back to item number 4. Any motion?
So kumain naman fairly comment or whatever
Councilor Abonal.
I already mentioned this to Councilor Del Castillo. Yung sa Section 2, Mr. Chair, currently, kunin unit or units na more, they're paying more than what is now being pegged. In fact, I think one pays 300 pesos. I was saying what Section 2 says is that upon renewal thereof, this rental rate as fixed in this ordinance shall be the minimum rate. In other words, yun pong nagbabayad ng more than the prescribed rates now will slide down ang rental nila. That will be the effect of Section 2. But as I told Councilor Del Castillo, now once we fix it at 150 or 200, yung mga dati nang nagbarayad mas mahal, sige na, I mean, for their loyalty and whatever, ibaba ta naman sa rate na fair with everybody else. That will be the effect.
Okay. I am surprised that you are telling us that there is such a lessee who is renting at the rate of 300 pesos per square meter or any amount higher than that which we are about to fix.
Yes.
Can you tell us the name of the entity or individual?
I do not remember the name, Mr. Chair, but that came out from the committee hearing that currently the occupants are paying such and such and such. But I remember hearing more than 300 for at least one entity.
The occupants I know in the area include the PCSO, NCPC,
Habitat, I think, yung office.
Habitat,
yung
and then the Salingoy,
yes.
Salingoy Group, and no other.
Okay. To verify that, may we call Mr. Cesar Maestrado?
Okay.
I think it was he who mentioned that.
So the secretary is instructed. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that information from the Honorable Abuna, I'm willing to different matter for next week to verify that.
Unless we are able to obtain the necessary information before we end our session.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, whether the address is or below 100 or below 200, basta nag-fix po kita kaming amount na din, sinakas mo sa ordinance. So, kung clear rate kita, then we are fixing 450, ayun kasi yung palo. So, iba pa mo.
But that is not to the advantage of the city. In any and all transactions that we have, we should always consider what is advantageous to the city.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But nagkataon lang, Mr. Chair, na medyo nag-delay kita na hindi ka rin pag-process ka rin kung sa atin. So, kaya pa rin actually, makikat ka sa alam. Ombudsman. Wala naman, actually, Mr. Chair, kaya kabos mo kita kung wait. Ang isa mo po ito, Mr. Chair, itong sabi kang suggest na kung ito rin. Eh, di ba, may nag-ibig sa akin tapos mag-wait. Nagkataon na medyo wala talagang
At any rate, can we wait for Mr. Cesar Maestrado? Okay. So, for the meantime, yes, Councilor Diaz is...
May kung po talaga ang nag-relate may mga information pa kita kung pera na talaga ang nag-occupy na nag-rent sa
Okay, okay. The Secretary is instructed to request the presence of the City Treasurer or the person in charge in the rental of any spaces at the GSM Robredo Coliseum. For the meantime, we proceed to the next item.
The proposed ordinance prohibiting the sneaking in, smuggling of contraband in the Naga City District Jail and imposing penalties for violations thereof.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes, Mr. Chair, during our last discussion with this ordinance, majority of our lawyer suggested that we eliminate mga halfway houses para sa so yung proposal nila sa inot sa strategies to discovers na city and the other proposal nila discovers yung mga halfway houses po out na patay mong bilang so hindi po mga city live housing center under the city so yun po yan pagkakaiba kami ito mga sunod na
Okay. Motion? Councilor Abonal, then Councilor Baldimoro.
I'm still not seeing the provision that I suggested should be there. So Section 4 we're given the list of those that are allowed, not only the item but also the number of copies. I suggested that somewhere below this, we make a statement to the effect that anything else outside of those listed will be considered contraband and bawal. Anything that is not listed should be prohibited. I am
Section 4.
I'm looking for that if that is there already.
Okay po, we add that as one sentence, last part of section 4. Anything that are not listed, are not allowed based on the
Okay? Councilor, yes, Councilor Baldimoro, and then after you, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. K. Just concerned about the classical po mga authors. I understand, Mr. Chair, that the senior citizen author is the counterpart of the regular councilor. Napansin ko lang po, nakabali si counterpart po. Baka may na-miss na counterpart ng regular councilor. Instead na si counterpart po. Mag-check na. Okay, ito naman ba? Kaya ako mag-dasal ka po. Huwag ka talaga ako.
Okay. And Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Medyo alam na ako, Mr. Chair, once sa enumeration from allowed items, because there's also an enumeration of those which will not be allowed. Baka mas marito, limited na lang kung man sila i-allowed. Kasi kung ma-enumerate ka na kung allowed, pero kung sila naman restrictive, diba na lang ang mag-concentrate ka, those items which will not be allowed. Anything na kaya nakalista naman sila i-allowed, will be allowed. Kasi kaya kita, I don't think the enumeration of those that will be allowed is, kumbaga, conclusive of everything that an may need. Mas maray, mo na lang sa not allowed. Because anything that we define as not allowed, will be allowed. Kasi very dangerous kaya kung mag-enumerate nila ang allowed, tapos kaya kung ano lang siya, pero dahil ka nakalistuhan sa allowed.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes, para majority of the members propose that we enumerate what are those allowed, then we also enumerate those that are not allowed. So if this is a considered administrative, I will ask for a
Okay. Councilor Abunal.
We specifically asked we specifically asked the jail warden, Mr. Chair, whether or not they have printouts of nationwide guidelines on the matter, and he said that this is actually prescribed. Di sabi ko, kako, di bigyan nyo yan ang lilista namin. Because if we start listing what is not allowed, we will not be able to cover everything. For example, sa National Penitentiary, na-discovery, igod ang may swimming pool. We're not going to list swimming pool sa mga not allowed. Igwang may mga electric fan, igwanin mga instruments, etc. We're not going to be able to list everything. In other words, what we ask for was a list of those that may be permitted for them. And that's the one that is listed there. To which I added na anything else outside of the list should be considered prohibited. That covers everything. Kabali na dyan sa swimming pool, kabali na dyan sa mga electric fan, so TV, so instruments, whatever, dahil wala sa lista. I think we only have to remember what sort of things were found at the National Penitentiary. Sari-sari po, Mr. Chair. For example, I speak dyan, bawal yan. In fact, to my mind, pag nagkakatong listang katong provision na anything else not in the list, that covers everything. There is even no need to enumerate yung mga bawal, like drugs and everything else. Anything else not listed is prohibited. I think that covers everything, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Abonal. I think the controversy arose because of the listing of those allowable property and the separate listing of those not allowed. And yet there are still other properties that are either prohibited or maybe considered allowed. What about if we just enumerate those which are allowable and then you provide a separate another proviso in the same provision stating that all others not listed are considered not allowed and or prohibited. So that covers everything. You will only list down those which are permitted, all others are not. That includes the swimming pool. The other way of stating it is you enumerate those that are not allowed, but in which case, take note of the enumeration under paragraph A. There is a maximum. So you will indicate the maximum. Outside of those, they are allowed. But the problem is the one instance that Councilor Greg Abonal just cited. And so I think the better way is to enumerate those that are allowed and then provide one sentence or one paragraph therein that all those not included in the enumeration are considered not allowed, and necessarily that covers everything except those in the enumeration. Diba? So, what is the pleasure of this body? Or probably we retain section 4 and 5 but provide a sentence or paragraph under section 4 to the effect that all those listed, all those not listed under section 4, aside from those enumerated under section 5, are considered not allowed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. We retain section 5, however, under section 4, last portion of it, anything else outside of the list should be all those not listed under section 4, aside from those enumerated under section 5,
Okay. Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
I'd like to register Mr. Chair kasi doon tayo Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to express once again my reservation, which I have expressed, and it was first presented by the Honorable Councilor Jose Guaso. I really doubt whether we have authority to regulate what happens in that jail because it's governed by a special law. Okay, kasi siguro pa-research na siguro sa even as we are already deliberating on the matter, magpa-research ang talugod. That a legal research be made on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Abunal.
Mr. Chair, if the question is raised because of the listing, that list came from jail. What the warden was asking precisely, or at least specifically, was for penalty. In other words, sinda ikuha na sinda ng procedures, ikuha na sinda gabos, there is a manual that they follow. But what they wanted was a specific penalty tanganing may implementa. And that's the one, actually, yun lang naman ang hiningi nila eh. Yung mga contraband na yan, may lista na sinda kaya na Sir Chair. As a matter of fact, I'm even dissatisfied with the saying na itong ay naiinitan, pwedeng magdara ng electric fan. Mayog ko baga nga ako sa listang electric fan. Garong pinapasubli. Kung ako kumadara sindang electric fan, i-donate sa jail, and you have the authority to dispose of the fan rather than it be a personal matter. Kasi kung pwedeng magdara ng electric fan, baka pwedeng magdara ng mga laptop, magdara ng TV, etc., which are not in the list. Momento kayang magtao ka ng gigis, baka yung tirong palad mo kung anon.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Nakaisip ko sa proposal nila this is section 2 second paragraph. In no way ordinance be interpreted as nevertheless the operation and management of the lands in this the BDLB shall be responsible to the resident, the neighbors, the owners, or officers of families. And as one of the participants, ang BDLB po actively nag-participate sa discussions sa BDLB. So, sinusong-input sila, including si sabi nila mga LGUs na nagkakaroon si Ordinance na nagkakapropose sila, hindi po sa talaga sa natin, iba ito naman. So, I really don't think na ito po yung hindi na pwede sa dito. It's really just supplement the prehension, the file of cases with government dahil na hinaharap na po nila national law sa
Okay. Just one question. You were saying earlier that the enumeration came from the manual of operations of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. Is that enumeration pursuant to an enumeration or provided in a law? So, in other words, the enumeration was, if that is the case, they can just simply amend, modify their manual by adding such other items which they consider as not allowed. Unless there is such a law that limits the enumeration, in which case that will require an amendment of that law. But if the enumeration was done merely by the BGMP, probably pursuant to a delegated authority that is not even specified and which is general in nature, then it has also the corresponding authority to add to the list without necessarily asking any local government unit to pass a local legislation. I see the point of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo on on our authority to pass the proposed legislation, unless our city legal officer would tell us, pursuant to an opinion, that this can be done. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Besides, Mr. Chair, kung ang issue is nakulo nagdaralaog naman kung ano-ano sa jail, kasalang kang mga jail guard, kasalang kang management. Gustong sabihin, pag may mga karalaog dyan, dapat ang ma-penalize kang ordinance na ini, si jail management. Diba? Taday man makakalaog yan kung bawal, taday makakalaog. Kung tayo hindi napapalaogon, so tayo sila pwede magreklamong nakulo nakakaralaog na kung ano-ano. Why are they not enforcing the regulation? Diba? Councilor Del Rosario?
Okay,
legal officer. Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Rian Rentoy.
One more thing that should be clarified with regard to the imposition of penalties of where the fines will go. Whether it will be in trust fund of the jail, not to the city.
No. It's an ordinance of the city, so the fine should go to the city.
Exactly. We cannot create a trust fund for some entities, for other entities.
Okay.
Sa tingin ko, sa city mo magalit sir, but ako rin hindi magalit. Nasa section 8, last second part.
Section 8.
Second part. The concept finds that we have to pass serve as supplemental.
Okay. So at any rate, we are referring this to the, according to you, ever active, what else? Active,
quick rolling.
The secretary is instructed. For the meantime, we defer discussion of item number 5 until after receiving the legal opinion. Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Maestrado and Mr. Rodriguez are already around saying in connection with the previous item.
Okay. The rules are suspended. Mr. Maestrado, kindly come forward.
As a backgrounder, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
May we know whether, based on our record, there is or there are tenants or lessee at the JMR Coliseum which are paying more than 300 pesos
okay.
Per square meter per month.
Okay. Sige. Cesar, do you have an enumeration of the list of lessees at the Jesse M. Robredo Coliseum?
Si Mr. Phil Rodriguez po may dara.
Mr.
Phil Rodriguez.
Phil Rodriguez. We will start with Mr. Phil Rodriguez. Okay. Phil.
Good morning po, Kirari Sagubos. Ikaw po kita digdingan, no? Occupant po dyan sa JMR Coliseum.
How many?
13 po.
13?
13.
Who are they? 1-3.
PCSO. Actually, not 13. Ikaw po yung electrical room, may baker, tapos may GSD pa kanto.
Itong ko yan, other than the organs of the city government of Naga.
Okay.
For the record, kindly state the lessee, the occupant,
Okay
at
po.
the Jesse M. Robredo Coliseum. The current occupants.
I-enumerate ko na lang po, ano? PCSO,
And the corresponding lease rental if paying.
we don't have the list of monthly rental, Your Honor. Ang yaw lang po yung the area.
How many?
Area lang po per square meter.
So how many areas?
Ang PCSO 180.91 square meter.
PCSO 180.
180.91.
Okay.
Mayo kaming listahan.
Is your office in possession of the corresponding lease rental or the lease contract, if any?
Ay, mayo. Mayo po kami katong listahan.
Okay. So aside from PCSO, what else?
Salingoy Art Group.
Salingoy. How many areas?
75.13 square meter. Tapos in Naga City People's Council.
NCPC.
57.85 square meters. Bicol Habitat for Humanity Foundation. 42.5. Actually po, ini yung NCPC, ang monthly rental po, di yung nakabuktak is 3,000 pesos.
How much?
3,000 pesos. NCPC
That's
po.
for NCPC?
Yes po.
3,000 pesos per month?
Per month.
For the entire 57?
57.85.
So, how much per square meter? If it is 3,000 divided by 57. 51 pesos and 85 centavos. Okay.
So with Bicol Habitat for Humanities Foundation, 42.5, pareho po ang rental, 3,000 pesos per monthly.
Also 3,000?
Yes po.
So meaning 42.5 3,000 divided by 42.5 70.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other lessees? Any other occupants?
Pili Processing. Vacated na po ini Pili Processing. Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sa Metro Naga na po siguro ini.
Okay.
118.62 square meters. 118.62. 0.62.
118
118 po.
118.62. 62.
Mayo pong amount.
Mayo pa. Okay.
Tapos po ini yung Social Housing Finance Corporation.
Social Housing Finance Corporation. Occupying how many area?
74.35 square meters.
For how much?
Ang sa iya pong monthly is 10,156 and 74 pesos. 10,156.74. 74.35.
So 136 pesos and 60 centavos. Okay.
So,
what else?
Iyon lang po yan ang
only 6?
6.
So there are only, right now there are only 6 occupants at the Jesse M. Robredo Coliseum, with three of them have a lease contract and
Yes,
are paying,
Opo.
while the 3 others are not
may po kaming record in
Including PCSO.
PCSO. Yes.
Including PCSO. The highest is 136 pesos and 60 centavos per month. And that is the Socialized Housing Finance Corporation. Okay? Councilor Greg Abunal.
May we ask Mr. Cesar Maestrado? Kasi I may have been mistaken, but nung mag-committee hearing tabi, karudanadangog ko na nagsabi kan si Rains igong nagbabayad nin 300 per square meter. Is that correct or I may have been mistaken?
Cesar?
Good morning po. I have this, I was asked to give an rental or lease rate for the vicinity, and I submitted to the Sangguniang. And my value here is ranging from 275
from
275 to 300 per square meter. That is what I arrived.
So you did not say that there is one lessee at the Jesse M. Robredo Coliseum paying 300.
I know.
You did not commit any crime. Okay. Okay. Councilor Abunal.
Yeah, I may have misheard, Mr. Chair, but I did hear 300. In other words, according to Mr. Maestrado, ang computation niya would have been between 275 if it was to 300. But the committee of 4 recommended iyon na po nga nitong submit ni Councilor Del Castillo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Greg Abunal. So with this information, are we now ready to move for the approval of the proposed ordinance? Councilor Labadia Jr.
Can we take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, kung ang aram ko digdi palan sa baba is 400, just for the information per square meters.
So anyone from the City Treasurer's Office, how much is the rental rate for the stalls downstairs? Who knows the rental rate? Councilor Del Castillo?
Yesterday, Mr. Chair, the Committee on Ways and Means held a committee hearing. And based on our existing ordinance 2011-047, on the 50th year of the operation of that stalls downstairs, the monthly rental is 2,196 pesos in something centavos. If we will divide that to the rate per square meter, around more than 400 pesos per square meter.
This rental rate is for how many square meters? What's the area for this?
Maximum of 5 square meter.
5? Only 5?
Maybe Mr. Maestrado can shed light because he is the manager, I believe, of...
Okay, Mr. Maestrado. The area of the stall is
5 square meters. So if we are going to divide the 2,196.15 divided by 5, that is 439 per square meter. The stall sa people's...
Okay, so that's for the stalls here. Okay. Okay? So, Councilor Del Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with all the clarification, Mr. Chair, I move that we pass an ordinance prescribing the rental rate for the lease of spaces at the GCM Robredo Coliseum, with the modification as to the addition of a price per square meter per month.
Okay. Without objection. Any second? Councilor Rian Rintoy?
objection because there is also
It's a matter of spirit. In the beginning.
So, do I hear a second to the motion? Is there an objection? There being none, we are now approving this on final reading. Okay, so this is approved on final reading. Councilor Diasis? Do we still need here the presence of Mr. Phil Rodriguez, Cesar Maestrado? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we go back to item number 1. Okay, what about item number 1? Of the unfinished business.
Because I think there's still some questions with regards to the budget, which is pending with which is not yet answered by the city budget officer regarding the
Okay, we go back to item number 1. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your question is addressed to?
The first query, Mr. Chair, as to the provision for the implementation of the third tranche.
That was already satisfactorily responded to.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was given the revised local budget preparation form number 2A as to the the details of the special purpose appropriation. And based on this draft, because it is not signed yet by the parties concerned, the amount of 18 million was already provided for personnel benefit fund. So on my first question, Mr. Chair, it was already answered.
Okay.
One down.
It's now 5 minutes to 12.
It will take me siguro up to mga 12:30, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Second query, Mr. Chair, is on the appropriation for Power Commission.
Power Commission,
yes.
Okay.
The appropriation for this year is only 100,000. And the expenses is only 3,600. Why is it that we will be increasing this to 220,000?
Okay, why?
Why?
So, who would you like to answer your query, Councilor Del Castillo? Do you want the Honorable Diasis as Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation to respond to your question, or do you want that it be responded by the Budget Officer?
Anybody who can satisfy my query.
Anyone from you? Okay, the rules are suspended. Frank?
The Power Commission have several, I think, projects for 2018, including alternative energy sources like solar and LED. So may mga activities indang biglag naman sa proposal totaling that amount. Ang reason kung ba't dahil na fully utilized, si mga meeting kaya ninda na i-charge sa CMO itong iba, si nagtuko na chair, medyo dahil pang kabisado si proseso. And dahil may man na flag sa ibaba.
So, may we know whether the Power Commission have submitted their work and financial plan?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
So, can we see it? Can we look at it?
Okay.
To determine whether it is this will really require this 220,000 amount.
Okay. May we know if the Budget Office is in possession of the work and financial plan being referred to?
The same is being retrieved, Mr. Chair. Siguro we can go to the next question.
So for the meantime, we defer your...
My next query, Mr. Chair, is on the appropriation for...
So that will be question number 3.
Subsidies under the Office of the Mayor.
Subsidy for...
Yes. Amounting to 30,300,000. May I know the details of this appropriation?
Subsidy.
Yes. 30,300,000 pesos.
Okay, Frank?
Those are the subsidies we grant to national agencies. Since we don't have the instruction to us by the reviewing officer is that we should minimize the items included in the SPA. Because if you really look at the manual, only calamity fund, local development fund, statutory obligation, aid to barangays are the only things allowed for SPA. Kaya ito po mga national agencies, the courts, etc. DepEd, I think, big lipat sa mga opisina. So ito pong mayong maikahon, nagdalagan sa City Mayor's Office.
So do you have the breakdown for that 30 million subsidy? Does that include the Philippine National Police?
Si Philippine National Police garupiglag mi sa PSO.
Sa PSO? How much is the subsidy for PNP? Is the subsidy the same amount as for the year 2017?
We have tried to maintain the same amount, Mr. Chair.
The same
Mr.
amount?
Chairman, for the Philippine National Police, I see the figure big at 3 million pesos.
3 million?
Under PSO. So, bako siya dahil siya kabalig this...
So how is that given? Incidentally, how is that given? In the form of an allowance?
Additional honorarium or additional allowance?
You think we really have to give that additional honorarium or allowance to PNP?
No.
Especially in the light of the increase of their salaries.
No. In fact, my position, Mr. Chair, is that we should not give any additional allowance to any national employee, including the judges, prosecutor, etc.
Iyo. Doble na yata. I think the among those who will be receiving a salary that is almost double the current one include the Philippine National Police. So are we maintaining that amount? Councilor Akid Arroyo?
I believe we should retain it, Mr. Chair, but not as additional allowance. Siguro itong mga logistical needs ng PNP, that's where we should really assist more.
Logistical needs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So can we transfer that to such an item for logistical needs of the PNP?
Pwede po siguro.
Okay.
Anyway, still under PNP, but not intended for honoraria or additional honoraria, but for operational requirements.
Okay. Okay. Please continue, Councilor Del Castillo.
I haven't seen yet the details of the 30 million.
Okay. Okay. So, can you provide us, Frank, the details of the 30M?
Yes, sir. We'll just wait for my staff.
Okay. So, for the meantime, we proceed to question number 4. May mga sub-questions pa yan eh.
No, not necessary. Next, Mr. Chair, where will the additional 1.4 million increase for parks be spent? 1.4 million for parks. Anong gagastusan ka ng 1.4?
For parks, okay.
I recall during the committee hearing, the head of CP, City Parks, Recreation, Facilities, etc., requested for a vehicle to replace their dangerously worn-out service vehicle.
So
And
that's for the service vehicle?
Partly. And they're also requesting for additional equipment for them to ably perform their function.
Okay. So does that answer satisfy the question of the Honorable Del Castillo?
Is the vehicle worth 1.4 million?
As I said, Mr. Chair, it's only partly to account for the increase. The others are for the requested tools and equipment for them to perform their function.
Okay. Question number 5.
If you will. Then another question, Mr. Chair. For the current year, the appropriation for donations at the City Social Welfare and Development Office is only 10 million.
10 million.
But the proposed for 2018 is 13 million pesos. Where will the 3 million pesos go?
Okay, Frank?
Based on actual records of the City Budget Office, donation of 10 million is not sufficient for the entire year. In fact, I think there were requests for supplemental or reversions to fund additionally that item. Also, if you will recall, the donation of the City Council, the Sangguniang Panlungsod, part of that was transferred to the City Social Welfare. Kaya si dating 13 million, kung hilingon po si budget, it's now 15 point something billion. The difference is coming from the Sangguniang donation.
Yeah, I understand that, Mr. Chair. And we have an appropriation also at the Sangguniang Panlungsod, which is being transferred quarterly to the CSWD. But my point is, can we just live within our means by just maintaining that 10 million pesos and spend the 3 million pesos for some other needs of the city?
Frank?
On that point, Mr. Chair, the Budget Office, with clearance from the Mayor, would follow the wisdom of the Sangguniang. Kung bawasan yan, bawasan.
So with that reasoning, Mr. Chair, I am moving that we just maintain the 10 million pesos appropriation for donation at the CSWD.
So, if we do that, where do we put the 3 million?
We can identify other priority needs of the city, Mr. Chair.
Okay, without objection, Councilor Baldimoro, and then after you, Frank.
Plus 1 million, halos 1 million per
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, since it is requested by the executive, tawan-tawan chance to explain kung ano ang gagastuson kong 10 million. So, I am opposing to the decrease of the allocation, Mr. Chair.
As a follow-up, Mr. Chair, the original proposal based on the executive budget is only 10 million pesos.
13?
Yes, and if we look at the original proposal, there is no amount specified.
So how come that it became 13 million?
I don't know, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Rian Rintoy, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
He said that the actual is actually more than the 10 million. That's why I am also opposing that your state only that we have put 13 million. That with the manifestation of Councilor Valley that originally from the executive department, was it really 10 million only that was it proposed?
The current allocation, I think, is 10 million. The proposal was 13 million for 2018, but while that amount was counted in the total allocation sa budget, pero siguro sa pag-transfer katong Excel, then nag-appear naman sa budget kang CSWDO. But the
wait. According to Councilor Del Castillo, the original proposal is 10 million, not 13. It's 10. So
yes, Mr. Chairman. When we are I was present when this matter was deliberated upon, and that's the very reason why I didn't finish the hearing of the committee, because I was not satisfied with the answers.
Okay.
That's why I precisely reserved this right to question before the plenary.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also present in the committee hearing where this particular matter was deliberated upon. And if Councilor Del Castillo have stayed, he would have seen the entire discussion. I'm not sure if I got the discussion right, but I agreed with the decision of the committee that it become 13 million because as I heard, some of the budgets for donations were actually lodged with the Sanggunian, but we said in the committee that it should actually be with CSWDO. So rather than putting it in the Sanggunian, the entire amount for donations, it had to be lodged with the CSWDO.
Okay, if that was the reason for increasing the budget, if you have heard Mr. Frank Mendoza, he said that now it's more than 15 million. Because 2.8 of this is the allocation for the Sangguniang Panlunsod. Now, if that is the case, then 10 million plus 2.8, that should be the only allocation for ICE, not 15 million. So I'm wondering why there is an additional 3 million. If the requested amount is only 10 million, then we give only 10 million.
Mr. Chair.
Frank?
During the committee hearing, the department head of CSWDO was present here, and he intimated that the amount that we spend for donation on a monthly basis is more than 1 million. That's why the amount of 13 million was arrived at, plus the amount coming from Sangguniang, so it's 15.8 something.
So, if that is the case, then why was it that only the amount of 10 million was requested?
I have stated this during the committee hearing. That amount was not printed in the budget of the CSWDO, inadvertently by our office. And the same was corrected. Maybe the 10 million being referred to is the budget allocated for this year, not for 2018.
Okay. Anyway, we will go back to this. Do you still have other questions, Councilor Del Castillo? You said you have 5 questions. This is the 5th question. We can... okay, please proceed. And then after that, we can probably go back to questions number 2 and 3.
Baka mamonopolize ko man, Mr. Chair, kung ikaw ang gusto mag-apot. Ma-power rin.
You want to hear your voice at all times.
So, going back to the appropriation of the Power Commission, Mr. Chair. The bulk of the 220,000 will go to trainings and seminars. 87,000. I think kung mabugtak ng mga solar panel, why spend 87,000 for trainings and seminars? And in fact, ang capital outlay lang is 85,000. So I don't see any justification on the increase of 200 from 100 to 220.
To 220.
Yes.
That's for the Power Commission,
Yes.
ano? For your question number 2.
Yes.
Frank?
We leave it to the wisdom of the Sangguniang.
Okay.
So with on the Power Commission, I move that we just maintain the 100,000.
Without objection, same is approved. Okay. We go to your third question, Councilor Del Castillo. I am assuming that Mr. Del Villar is already here, so I am assuming that the required data is already available.
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan Sangguniang Panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor Jan Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo. Ini po si Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, kaibanan si Mayor Jan Bongat, asin ang kabos na miyembros kan Sangguniang Panlunsod. Nagpapaabot nin maugmang Pasko asin mas progresibong bagong taon. Burunyog po kita sa padagos na pag-asenso kan Naga.
Malipot ang banggi at huyop kan duros, papaisip dayaw na
3.8 for the Sanggunian, which is now lodged before the CSWD. So what do we do with the 3 million, Councilor Del Castillo?
Can we transfer the 3 million to the Sanggunian?
For the meantime?
Yes.
Okay.
For the meantime.
Without objection, same is approved.
So the final question, Mr. Chair. May I know from the City Budget Officer whether the number of casuals and contractuals are reflected in each and every office of the city?
Okay.
So that we could easily determine how many casuals, how many contractuals are assigned or hired in each and every office.
Frank?
The final budget will reflect that data. Under each office, permanent, nakalagda mo kumpirang number, casuals, nakalagma si kumpirang number. Sa JO, including the JO. We will comply, Mr. Chair. In fact, I had already instructed Chess to do just that.
Right now, do you have any figure in mind for the permanent, casual, job order?
We are only basing, the allocation there is based on the number of personnel as of December. We have not anticipated any increase. So 1,222 permanent and casual, 601 job order and contractual, if I am correct. Ini po, 13 elective officials, 608 permanent, 601 casuals, 98 contractual, and 266 job order for a total of 1,586 personnel of the city government.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo, follow-up question?
No, one last point, Mr. Chair, the answer to what is the details of the 30.3 million pesos. I was given by Mr. Del Villar of the details, and that represents the honoraria of volunteer workers in the city. So with this clarification, I'm already finished with it.
Okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.
In line with the questioning of the Honorable Del Castillo, I was able to see an amount of 120,000 pesos that can be given to the, allocated to the independent component city agricultural fishery councils. Because from 220, there was a minus of 100,000, and the 120, we show our love to the farmers. So may I move, Mr. Chairman, that the 120 be allocated to the independent component city agricultural fishery councils.
Without objection, same is approved. With this, are we now ready to approve the proposed 2018 annual budget with the modifications, of course? Councilor Diasis? On joint and collective motion. Okay. Councilor Del Rosario?
I just like to ask the help of the budget officer to urge our fellow department heads to maximize the use of the funds allocated to each and every office.
Okay.
Our COA, Mr. Chair, the Commission on Audit, for the past, I think, 2 or 3 years, already pointed out that there were offices that were underutilizing their funds. We do not like to be compared to with the other LGUs of Metro Manila na pigsitar na kang COA.
Okay.
So I'd like just to seek the assistance of the budget officer to prod the different officers to maximize the use of their resources.
Okay. The budget officer will please do as requested. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Frank.
I think that should be addressed to the entire MANCOM, or siguro to the city administrator, because my authority does not go beyond. I'm just a co-equal of all the rest.
Okay. When will be, is there still a management committee meeting being called by the mayor?
The mayor calls a meeting on on a need-based basis. So, kung may problemang drainage, city engineer and the other officers concerned.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I pose a query, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
What do we do with the 3 million that would be transferred to the Sangguniang?
It's, as mentioned earlier, under item, what? Donations. Councilor Baldimoro. We will just decide later on what to...
Could we just include it in the other MOOE?
Other MOE, will that be all right with the members of this body? Okay, so other MOE. With that, thank you, Frank. Thank you. We will be expecting, Frank, we will be expecting the submission of the final document by Monday, so that by Tuesday, may I know what was our approval on second reading only? Okay, so by Monday, so that by Tuesday we will still be considering it for final reading. Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Just in the ordinance, Mr. Chair, the provisions...
In ordinance form?
Yes, the provisions that we included in the previous year.
Yes. Okay. With all the provisions, Frank, with all the provisions as found in the 2017 annual budget. Okay. The general provisions. Okay. Councilor Baldimoro?
Move for a break, Mr. Chair.
We take a break. Ay!
Sa satuyang pagselebrar liwat kan kamundagan kan satuyang kagurangnan ngunya na taon, magserbi manlugod pagirumdum ang selebrasyon na ini kan karahayan kan pagkamuot asin pagtarabangan. Ipagpa Diyos mabalusta ang mga biyayang naresibi asin mariresibi pa. Urog na ang balaog nin buhay asin maugmang pamilya. Sa pagsabata sa bagong taon, maginguwa kitang hipnuan an anuman na pagkukulang sa mga relasyon ta sa iba asin sa komunidad, kaibaan bilog tang pamilya. Sa ngaran kan sa kuyang pamilya asin kan sangguniang panlunsod sa pangingenot ni Vice Mayor Nelson Legacion, ini po si Mayor John Bongat, minapaabot sa Indo nin maugmang Pasko asin mas mauswag pang bagong taon.
Unya na Pasko, padanayon niyato ang pagkamuot asin pagkasararo sa satuyang pamilya asin kapwa. Magpasalamat kita sa mga balaog na naresibi asin iheras naman ini sa ibang tao, lalo na sa mga nangangaipo.
The meeting was presided by City Councilor Buddy Del Castillo in my absence. There were several items discussed. May I request acknowledgement of the Committee on Transport report, Mr. Chair?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
November 29. First item, first endorsement dated November 15, endorsing the new applications for Tri-Mobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, finding the documents submitted to be complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, duly seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang passage of a resolution granting approval for the transfer of Tri-Mobile franchise of the following: Amado D. Malagueño to Edmundo B. Malagueño of Mabolo, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Second, for resolution only, from Mariano Orante to Imelda A. Simanya of Triangulo, Naga City. I move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Number 2, first endorsement dated November 24, endorsing the new applications for Tri-Mobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, finding the documents submitted as completed in order, on motion of Honorable Baldimoro, duly seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang passage of resolution approving the transfer of Tri-Mobile franchise to from Armando Rojas to Nancy G. Dumalas. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Next item, letter dated October 12 of the head Trimobile Task Force. So, by the way, Mr. Chair, the head of the Trimobile Task Force will be leaving for London on Monday.
London Bridge.
London Bridge. Submitting the updated report with respect to the resolution numbers 2017-223, 2017-224, and 2017-225. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to request the Trimobile Task Force to update the evaluation of the applicants who were granted the consideration by the plenary so that appropriate action shall be accorded by the members, and further resolved to send a letter again to those who were reconsidered, reminding them to submit their lacking documents. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Same is approved.
Item number 4, letter dated November 13 of His Honor, the City Mayor, the City, endorsing the following applicants for e-trike. This is already mutin academic, Mr. Chair, because we already approved this last session.
Okay.
Item number 5, letter dated October 25, Mr. Jonathan Gomez applying for Kararayan franchise as a redisposition. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to request applicants to complete all the documents, requirements for final evaluation by the Trimobile Task Force, and only those applicants coming from Balatas and Kararayan shall be processed based on existing ordinance. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second, same is approved.
Item number 6, letter dated October 16 of Mr. Edgar Andes, Patdoa President, requesting that the application of 6 units Trimobile with franchise who are no longer active be cancelled so that interested and qualified Pacolanos may apply. As to the disposition, this was the outcome of the result of the discussion with the committee in my absence. On motion of Honorable Baldemoro, duly seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang cancellation of franchise granted to the following persons: members of Pacol Trimobile Drivers Operators Association, Patdoa, namely 006, Mr. Gasga, 015, Noel Nobelo, 025, Jericho Periña, 021, Roel Giriba, and 029, Jerry Aspe. And further resolved to direct the PSO and PNP to remove the plate of Port Trimobile with city franchise numbers number 6 and 15. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Why only the plate for 6 and 15? Why not from all?
Councilor Del Castillo can answer that.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, na-issuean lang ng plaka kaya kan syudad. Itong plate, ito bagang body plate, yun lang yan unit number 6 and 15. Si Iba Mayo, dahil na-issuean ng
okay.
plaka. So, yun lang si kay Juan Tanggalanta. Yun man lang si Igwang plaka.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, without objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's for November 29 report. As far as December 13, 2017, may I request acknowledgement of the report?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
Item number 1, first endorsement dated October 19, endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise of the following. May I go
to the dispositive portion, please.
Dispositive portion, Mr. Chair. Disposition, that's on, I think, 4th page. Finding all documents submitted to be complete and in order and thoroughly reviewed by the Trimobile Task Force. On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., Mr. Darila, and Ms. Cabantog, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod confirmation of franchise of the following persons. Yun po ni Mrs. Chair, si mga current and updated si mga papers sindab, and yet mayo po sindang franchise na nako-confirm sa ngaran ninda. So, number 1, Ana de la Trinidad of Mabolo, Naga City. Number 2, Daniel de la Trinidad of Mabolo, Naga City. Number 3, Ferdinand Sabater of Tabuco, Naga City. Number 4, Apollo D. Cam Patungan of Tabuco, covering 3 units. Number 7, Julita N. Abutin of Fraternidad, Tabuco, Naga City. Number 9, Imelda C. Esquadra of J. Miranda Avenue. Number 10, Norma D. Cam Patungan of Tabuco, Naga City. Number 11, Roberto T. Pinilla of Biak na Bato Street, Tabuco, Naga City. Number 15, Gaudencio M. Pante, covering 4 units. Number 16, Henry Alcantara of San Felipe. Number 17, Robert A. Rada of Bagumbayan Sur, Naga City, covering 2 units. Number 18, Robin Aquino of Villamarila, Calawag, Naga City. Number 19, Romeo Huerto of Pilobil Subdivision, Calawag, Naga City. Number 20, Rodolfo Imperial of Bacob, covering 2 units. Number 23, Antonio Galido, Punong Barangay Galido of Igualdad. Number 24, Emma G. Velasco. Number 27, Piston, covering 3 units. Number 29, Victor Ocampo of Dayangdang, Naga City. And Lordito S.B. Agna of Peñaprancia, Naga City. I move that we confirm the award of franchise para igdi po sa mga individuals na ni Mr. Chair.
Same is approved. Separate individual and separate franchises.
Okay.
Resolutions.
As to the other disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter in the absence of the applicants, namely 1 to
from 1 to 34.
And another disposition, Mr. Chair, this is for the thorough review of the committee. Pending review of this ordinance providing that only 5 units of Trimobile is allowed per family, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to defer the application for confirmation of franchise of Leticia Pante of Sonto, Peñaprancia, Naga City, covering 2 units. Next item, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Abonal.
Is it material that yung mga numbering tabi sa left, is it material that we follow in sequence or that we keep them as probably discussed? Kasi duman sa approval, Mr. Chairman, may mga missing numbers. Yung mga missing numbers yun mandili sa baba. Is it important to maintain it that way or to renumber them as the following have been approved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Although we maintain that as we discussed sa committee and as presented, but upon approval, Mr. Chair, we can probably renumber it.
Yeah, kasi especially doon sa approved, naman sa mga approved, then we know how many were approved and how many were deferred, so to speak. Let it not be said na missing sa number 8, masisingitan ng iba ngaya or whatever.
Okay.
I-renumber na lang tabi. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro.
In sequence man po ang number. Halimbawa yan 24, ang sunod 27. Dahil 3 units siya, maluwas manggirari siya. Yan 1149, 25. Yan 117, 26. Ang 27 is 119. So kaya araw kasi si number niya. Ada.
Ini pong number igdi sa wala, Mrs. Chair. Ini pong unit na 20, 23, 24, 20. Yun po ni si order of business.
Okay.
Si order of business. Si iba pong mga mayo dahil nag-attend, yun po to si mga pig-deferred na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, dahil ko araw, Mr. Chair, kung nagpa-approve ning magpa-picture si Councilor Labadia while we are in session. Next item, Mr. Chair. First endorsement dated July 6 from the Office of the City Mayor, endorsing the letter dated July 22 from Punong Barangay Lorenzo Narvaez of Barangay Santa Cruz, Resolution number 71, Series of 2017, requesting the grant of franchise or new franchise for Padjak and establishing terminal. As to the disposition, considering that the matter has been previously taken up and a directive has been done, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to reiterate the directive for the PSO to submit inventory of Padjak in the city within 5 days from receipt thereof, and further for the proponent to look for a better terminal for Padjak which will not affect the flow of traffic. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
And also to reiterate the request for the PSO to submit in 10 days from notice the final form of the proposed PAJAC fare increase matrix. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Last item, Mr. Chair, letter dated November 20 of Mr. Jose Barameda Jr. submitting documents for the EB Wealth E-Trike for 5 drivers with individual letters. As to the disposition, the committee moved to defer consideration of the same. The required documents are not available for perusal of the committee during the hearing, despite assertions of the proponents that the same are complete and were already filed and duly received by the Secretariat. The committee is therefore requesting the Trimovie Task Force to always be ready with all the documents, including attachments, so that the proceedings will not be hampered, Mr.
Okay. This is deferred.
That's all, Mr.
Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario, for that 3 minutes report. Next, Councilor Del Castillo.
In connection with that item pertaining to the grant of franchise, I believe that we should really be reviewing our policy, because I had an information that there is a family which has more than 25 units of Trimobile within the family. So it defeats the very purpose of granting franchises, Mr. So I believe that we should really review our policy on that.
Okay, so we will be expecting that this will be spearheaded by the Committee on Transportation. Otherwise, we will expect you, Councilor Del Castillo, to submit the necessary a mandatory ordinance if that is needed, or your suggestion. Okay. Next item.
The request for ratification of the MOA between the city and the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce.
Can we return this? Can we return this to the executive branch in the light of our approval of the ordinance? Okay. Next item.
New business, the undated letter of Mr. Charles Joy Cuarto of San Felipe requesting financial assistance as participant to the Month of the Globe Ambassador.
We refer this to the Committee on Appropriations together with item number 2. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line with item number 2, I understand, Mr. Chair, that the Committee on Appropriation will no longer hold a committee hearing before our next session. So, may I request reconsideration of the order of business by transferring item number 2, the supplemental budget of Barangay Triangulo, to SBO item number 5.
Any second? Same is approved. Any motion? Councilor Diasis. Any objection? On joint and collective motion. Okay. Thank you. Next item. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chair, may we request the budget office to furnish us in time for the next session a list of all barangays whose budgets for 2018 have been approved, as well as the list of barangays whose supplemental budgets for 2017 have been approved.
Okay.
That doesn't really have to be in the agenda, but we would like to know, kasi last session na natin.
Okay.
I just think na may mga barangays pa na dahil nakapa-approve. Pero ang plan siya po, tapos naman.
Okay. So, the Secretary is so instructed. Any other matter?
Nominal.
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Is there an objection? Same is approved. Session is now adjourned.
Pictures,